Hello there, my old friend. In tonight's story, weird figures on a misty lake catch the attention of Liry, the Prince of Connaught. His thirst for adventure lead him through other worlds, but all is not as it seems. If you have a moment to like and subscribe, it would help push my video to new viewers. Now, lay back, relax, and let's sink into a tale as old as time. The sun was barely more than a golden whisper on the horizon when Prince Liry reined in his horse at the edge of a quiet lake. His men followed, their mounts stamping in the dew-covered grass, breath rising in thick clouds against the chill of the morning. The world was still, save for the distant cry of a hunting bird and the slow lap of water against the reeds. It had been a long chase. For days, Liry and his band of 50 warriors had ridden in pursuit of the outlaw band that had raided the king's western villages. The thieves had struck like ghosts in the night, burning storehouses and fleeing before the soldiers could muster. The trail had led them deep into the wilds, far beyond the edges of the kingdom, into the borderlands where mist crept over the land like a living thing. Now, the trail had gone cold. Liry pulled off his helmet and ran a hand through his damp, unruly hair. He was young, no more than 20, but already carried the weight of command with quiet confidence. His men, hardened warriors all, dismounted behind him, murmuring among themselves. Some dropped to their knees to drink from the clear water, while others scanned the tree line, still wary of an ambush. "We've lost them," said Braden, Liry's second in command, a man of heavy build with a scar running down his cheek. He spat into the grass and shook his head. "They've slipped into the woods, and we'd be fools to follow in the dark." Liry sighed, rolling his shoulders to ease the stiffness in his muscles. He hated giving up a hunt, but Braden was right. The forest ahead was dense, tangled, and heavy with mist, stretching out like an uncharted abyss. To press on blindly would be folly. "We'll rest here for the night," Liry declared. "Set up a watch, but let the men eat and recover their strength. We ride back at first light." His warriors obeyed without question. They were men of Connaught, battle-tested and loyal. They moved swiftly, kindling a small fire and unrolling thick woolen blankets. The scent of roasted meat soon filled the air, mixing with the damp, earthy smell of the lake. The men sat close together, speaking in low voices, the weariness of their journey settling into their bones. Liry sat a little apart, gazing out over the water. The lake was eerily still, its surface smooth as glass. The mist curled along its edges, shifting in ways that made his skin prickle. Something felt wrong. He couldn't say why. There was no sign of danger, no sound beyond the quiet murmur of his men and the occasional splash of a fish in the shallows. And yet, the hair on the back of his neck rose. "Thinking too much again, lad?" Leary turned to find Aemon, an older warrior, lowering himself onto a nearby log. The man was wrapped in a thick cloak, his grizzled beard streaked with silver. He had fought at Leary's father's side before the prince was even born, and had a way of seeing through to the heart of things. "You feel it too?" Leary said, his voice quieter than before. Aemon grunted. "Aye, there's something about this place." He poked at the fire with a stick. "I've seen lakes like this before, in stories, places where the world grows thin." Leary arched a brow. "Thin?" Aemon nodded. "Between here and somewhere else." He lifted his gaze, scanning the mist, his expression unreadable. "These are the places where men vanish. Step too far from the fire, wander too close to the shore, and you might find yourself walking into another world." Leary exhaled, watching the mist shift and curl along the surface of the water. He'd heard such tales before, whispers of the Otherworld, a land of ageless beauty and peril, where warriors never died, where time flowed differently, where mortals who entered might never return. He had never given them much thought, until now. A distant splash broke the silence. Both men turned toward the lake. The mist was thickening, rolling in slow waves, and there, just beyond the reach of their firelight, a figure stood at the water's edge. Leary's hand went to his sword. Aemon drew a slow breath. "Well, lad, seems the night's just getting started." The mist curled like a living thing, shifting over the lake's surface in slow, deliberate waves. Leary's grip tightened around the hilt of his sword as he rose to his feet, his breath turning to fog in the cold air. The figure standing at the water's edge was tall and unmoving, his form barely distinguishable from the mist itself. His warriors stirred behind him, their murmurs turning to hushed silence as one by one they too noticed the stranger. "Who goes there?" Leary's voice rang clear across the water, steady despite the unease curling in his chest. For a moment, there was no response. Then, the figure stepped forward. He moved with an unnatural grace, his footfalls making no sound on the damp earth. The firelight revealed a man of striking presence, dressed in a flowing cloak that shimmered like silver caught in moonlight. His hair was dark, long, and swept behind his shoulders, and his face, ageless yet noble, both young and old at once, bore the weight of knowledge beyond mortal years. Liry had seen many warriors in his time. This man was not like them. "I am Finian, son of Wrath," the stranger said, his voice deep, resonant, and carrying the weight of distant storms. I come seeking aid. Leary exchanged a glance with Aemon, who remained silent, watching. The other warriors had drawn closer, their hands on their weapons, uncertain if this was man or spirit. "Are you friend or foe?" Leary asked, though something in his gut told him this was no enemy. Finian studied him for a moment before inclining his head. "I come not to raise a blade against you, but to ask for the aid of mortal warriors. I am of the realm beyond, a land your people call the Otherworld." His gaze swept across the gathered men. "And I have need of men who are willing to tread where others fear to go." A hush fell over the warriors. Some stiffened at the name, while others exchanged uneasy glances. Stories of that place were old, older than kings and queens. A land of endless youth, of music and wonder, of gods and monsters. Few mortals ever crossed into it, and those who did rarely returned. "What need have you of mortal warriors?" Leary asked, keeping his voice even. Finian took another step closer, the mist swirling around him like a restless tide. "My wife was taken from me," he said. "Stolen by a man named Ewan, son of Saul, a warlord from beyond the veil. I sought her, and I found her captor." He paused, his expression unreadable. "I slew him." A murmur rippled through Leary's men. "But my wife fled," Finian continued. "She has fallen into the hands of Gail, son of Dolan, a ruler of Everr, another realm of the Otherworld. I have fought to reclaim her. 7 times I have waged war upon his people, and 7 times I have been repelled." At this, Braden, Leary's second in command, let out a skeptical breath. "If you who come from the Otherworld could not defeat them, why do you seek us?" Finian's lips curved into the faintest of smiles, but there was no amusement in it. "Because I have already failed in all the ways I know." His gaze locked onto Leary's. "Mortal hands may yet succeed where mine have failed." Leary was silent. A warrior from the Otherworld. A battle against phantoms. A wife stolen away. It sounded like something from a bard's tale. A story sung over a fire on a winter's night. And yet, here was Finian, standing before him, real as the earth beneath his feet. "What do you offer in return?" Leary asked at last. Finian's expression remained unchanged. "Gold, silver, treasures beyond imagining. But I suspect you seek something more than riches." He stepped closer, his piercing eyes studying Leary, as though measuring something unseen. "If you take this road, you will walk beyond what you know. Beyond kings, beyond the weight of duty." Leary held his gaze, his heart beating slow and steady. The words stirred something deep inside him, something restless, something yearning. He had fought wars, hunted outlaws, seen blood spilled on both sides. But this was different. This was a road unwalked by most men. He didn't answer right away. Instead, he turned his gaze to his warriors, measuring their faces. Some looked uneasy, others intrigued. All of them were waiting for his decision. "I will return by morning," Finian said at last. "You have until then to decide." And then, before their eyes, he stepped back into the mist. It swallowed him whole. For a long moment, no one spoke. Braden let out a low whistle. "Well," he muttered, rubbing the back of his neck. "That's not something you see every day." Leary let out a slow breath, his fingers still curled around the hilt of his sword. Something told him this was only the beginning. The fire burned low, casting flickering shadows across the faces of the gathered warriors. The mist still hung thick around the lake, curling through the trees like unseen hands, muffling the world beyond. Liry sat apart, his hands resting on his knees, his mind turning over the stranger's words. He turned to Eamon, the old warrior sitting nearby, his cloak wrapped tightly around him against the night's chill. "What do you make of this?" Eamon exhaled through his nose. "Beings from the Otherworld don't come seeking mortal help lightly. Whatever we are being drawn into, it's no small thing." Liry nodded, his gaze distant. Then he rose, and without a word, he strode toward the lake. Mist curled around his boots as he neared the shore, the scent of damp earth filling his lungs. The warriors behind him murmured in low voices, uncertain whether to follow. The fire crackled behind him, casting long, wavering light onto the ground. And then the mist thickened. It swirled upward, rising like smoke, shifting and deepening, until from within its depths a figure emerged. Finian. He stood at the water's edge once more, as though he had never left. His long cloak moved, as if stirred by a wind that did not touch the mortal world. His expression was calm, yet his eyes held something deep, something ancient. Liry took a breath. "Tell me the full story. If you want my help, I need to know everything." Finian studied him for a moment. Then he nodded. "Very well." He stepped forward, and as he did, the mist around them thickened further. The world beyond it seemed to fade, as if the night itself were drawing closer. And then he spoke. She was taken on a night much like this one. Finian's voice was low, measured, like a bard weaving an old tale. "My wife, Alysia, was the fairest of all in Mag Dá Chéo, the kingdom of my birth. the realm beyond your own. She was light of step and bright of spirit, a woman whose laughter could bring joy to a battlefield, whose presence was like the turning of spring after a hard winter. He paused, his eyes distant, as if seeing her now across the great veil of time. We were newly wed when Ewan, son of Saul, came for her. He was a warlord of the darkest places, a ruler of the realm of mist and shadow, where the rivers run cold and the sun never rises. He had long desired her, though she had never once returned his gaze. He came in the dead of night, when even the stars dared not shine. His warriors rode upon black steeds with hooves that made no sound. They struck swiftly, overwhelming my guards, and by the time I woke, she was gone. All that remained was the shattered gate and the scent of the cold wind. Leary's warriors, who had been listening in silence, shifted uneasily. The fire crackled as though the very flames had been stirred by the weight of the story. I gathered my men, Finian continued, his voice edged with steel, and rode into the mist. We followed his trail for 3 days and 3 nights, until we reached the gates of bronach, his fortress, standing upon the cliffs of sorrow, where the waves crash like thunder against the rocks. His gaze darkened. I stormed his gates. We clashed blade against blade, steel against steel, until at last I killed him with my own hands. A murmur rippled through Leary's warriors. Braden, Leary's second in command, narrowed his eyes. Then why are you here? If the warlord is dead, how has your wife not returned? Finian exhaled, the firelight flickering across his sharp features. Because I was too late. When I reached her tower, she was gone. She had fled, or perhaps she had been taken again. All I know is that she was no longer there, and her trail led not to freedom, but to another prison. The mist swirled again, shifting as Finian spoke. Gail, son of Dolan. His voice carried the name like a curse. The ruler of Everr, a place deeper in the Otherworld than even my home. There, the rivers do not run with water, but with starlight. The trees hum with music, and the air is thick with the perfume of eternal night. It is a place of great beauty and great peril. Gail is a ruler of cunning and power. I rode against him at the head of my warriors. 7 times we fought. 7 times I gathered my strength and marched upon his golden halls. 7 times I was cast out, defeated, turned away. The fire crackled sharply. Each time his forces repelled me. They are not like mortal men. They do not bleed. They do not break. His warriors are phantoms, creatures of mist and shadow. They cannot be fought with brute force alone. Finian looked directly at Liry now, his expression unyielding. I have spent my strength, Prince Liry. My warriors have fallen, and I have failed. A silence stretched between them. Liry's heart pounded, though he did not know why. I cannot take this path alone again, Finian admitted, his voice quieter now. That is why I seek mortal warriors. Men of flesh and blood, of fire and steel. Perhaps where I have failed, you may succeed. The firelight wavered, and Liry, for the first time in his life, felt the pull of something far greater than himself. The fire burned low, its embers pulsing in the hush of the night. The mist had retreated slightly, though it still clung to the water's edge, whispering against the reeds as though listening to the murmurs of men. Liry sat in silence, Finian's words still weighing upon him. 7 battles, 7 failures. A ruler of shadows, a fortress of golden halls, warriors who did not bleed, and a woman lost in the depths of a world beyond his own. It was a story that should not have been real. And yet, Finian stood before him, the gleam of firelight casting his sharp features in gold and shadow, his presence undeniable. Finian had spoken of gold and silver, of treasures beyond imagining. That alone would have been enough to tempt most men. But Liry's warriors were not most men. A slow murmur rippled through them now, voices low and uncertain. The warriors of Connaught were seasoned soldiers, but they were also men who had lived their lives with their feet firmly planted in the world of mortals. And this was something else entirely. Braden was the first to speak. Braden, who had fought at Liry's side since they were boys, who had stood beside him in every battle, through storm and fire. I don't like it, he said, shaking his head. His arms were crossed over his broad chest, his expression dark. If Finian and his warriors couldn't bring this warlord down, what makes him think we can? A few men murmured in agreement, but others were not so cautious. You heard him, said Ian, a younger warrior, one of the newer recruits, his eyes gleaming in the firelight. You saw his cloak. It shimmered like the finest silk. If that's the kind of wealth they have in the Otherworld, imagine what else we'd find there. A chuckle rose from Gail, another veteran, his weathered face alight with amusement. Aye, and what good is gold if you're dead? He threw a glance at Finian. Braden leaned forward, fixing Finian with a sharp look. Tell me, Otherworlder, what exactly are you offering? You promise gold and silver, but we don't know what such things are worth in your lands. And let's say we do win. What's stopping this Gail from rising again? You say he's not like mortal men. Then how do we kill him? Finian regarded him with quiet amusement. You are warriors, he said. You do not fight merely for coin. You fight for glory, for songs to be sung, for the knowledge that when men speak of heroes, they will speak your names. At this, Aemon, the old warrior, chuckled softly. Finian turned to him, arching a brow. You find that amusing? Aemon poked at the fire with a stick, the flames crackling as sparks rose into the air. Only that you've spent little time among men, if you think they don't fight for coin. He glanced at Liry, his sharp, knowing eyes gleaming in the dim light. But you're not wrong about the rest. A shift in the air, a different kind of hunger flickered in the men's eyes now. Not just the hunger for wealth, but for something more. Braden exhaled sharply, rubbing his jaw. So say we agree. Say we march into this mist with you, otherworlder. His gaze sharpened. How do we fight something that doesn't bleed? Finian's expression was unreadable. There are ways. Braden scoffed. That's not an answer. Finian tilted his head, studying him for a moment before stepping forward. His presence seemed to bend the firelight, his cloak shimmering like water under the moon. Tell me, Braden of Connaught, he said, voice soft but heavy with meaning. How many battles have you fought in your life? Braden's jaw clenched. Too many to count. And in all of them, Finian continued, was there not a moment before the fight began, when the air seemed to hum with something unseen? When the world felt thinner? Finian's voice dropped lower. Have you never fought a battle where your blade should have failed? And yet, somehow, it did not. Where the tide of war should have turned against you, and yet, it did not. A silence settled over them, and every man present knew what Finian meant. There were battles where victory made no sense, fights where the line between life and death blurred, where the world itself seemed to shift. That, Finian said softly, is the edge of the veil. It is the place where your world and mine touch. He met Liry's gaze. You have all fought in its shadow before. You just did not know it. Liry held his gaze, his pulse slow and steady. There was truth in Finian's words. Liry had felt that edge too many times to count. A battlefield, a true battlefield, was not just blood and steel. It was something more. It was the space between. Braden swallowed, rubbing the back of his neck. So you're saying we've fought this kind of battle before? Finian's eyes gleamed. I am saying you have fought in its shadow. Now, I ask you to step fully into its light. A hush fell over the warriors. For the first time, no one argued, no one scoffed. Leary exhaled slowly. He turned to his men, studying their faces. Some still wavered, but others had already made up their minds. They wanted this, not just for gold, not just for treasure, but for something greater, for glory, for the kind of story that would be sung long after they were gone. Liry turned back to Finian. "You said you'd return by morning?" he said. Finian nodded. "I did." Leary's jaw tightened. He glanced around at his men one last time. Then he turned back to the lake, where the mist curled and beckoned. "We'll be ready." The fire had burned down to embers, casting only a faint glow against the encroaching mist. Liry sat motionless, staring into the fading coals, his thoughts tangled in the weight of the choice before him. Around him, his men had settled into uneasy rest, though few truly slept. The conversation of the night still hung in the air, unspoken but present, like the mist itself. Finian had vanished once more, swallowed by the shifting veil of fog that hugged the lake's edge. He had said he would return at dawn, and by then, Liry would have to decide. The night stretched on, heavy and silent, but sleep would not come. Eamon sat nearby, his cloak wrapped tightly around him, his old hands resting on the pommel of his sword. He hadn't spoken since Finian had gone, though Liry could tell the old warrior was awake. The quiet between them was comfortable, as it always was. But Liry could feel Eamon watching him, waiting for the moment he would speak. Finally, Liry exhaled and broke the silence. "What do you think?" Eamon didn't answer at first. He reached toward the fire, prodding the coals with a stick, watching as sparks flared and drifted into the night. "I think you already know what you're going to do." Liry frowned, but said nothing. Eamon chuckled softly, shaking his head. "I've known you since you were a boy, lad. I've seen you weigh choices like this before, even when you were too young to realize it. You sit quiet, thinking it over. But your heart's already decided. You're just waiting for your mind to catch up." Liry dragged a hand down his face, glancing out at the mist. "This isn't like any other choice I've made, Eamon. This isn't some war against raiders or a battle for land. This is something else." "Aye, it is," Eamon agreed. "And that's why you're going to go." Liry gave him a sharp look, but the old warrior just smirked, throwing another twig into the fire. Eamon continued, not just about the promise of silver and treasure. Liry shook his head. "No." Eamon's expression softened slightly. "It's about something bigger. Something you don't fully understand yet, You feel it, don't you? That pull. That sense that there's something beyond the horizon you've never seen before. Leary didn't answer, but he didn't have to. The truth was there in his silence. Eamon sighed and leaned back, staring up at the sky. It's a rare thing for a man to find a path that leads somewhere truly new. Most men live and die walking the same roads as those before them. But every so often, the world opens up just a little, and a choice appears. And that, my boy, is when a man decides what kind of story he'll leave behind. Leary clenched his jaw, the weight of those words settling deep in his chest. It wasn't just about gold. It wasn't just about battle. It was about being part of something greater than himself. He had spent his whole life fighting wars that had been fought before, treading paths that had already been walked. But this was a road unmarked. And for the first time in his life, he wasn't just following in his father's footsteps. He was about to take a step into something entirely unknown. A movement behind him made him glance over his shoulder. Braden had risen from his place near the fire, his arms crossed over his chest, watching Leary with an expression that was both knowing and resigned. I take it you've made up your mind. Leary smirked faintly. You sound surprised. Braden scoffed. Not surprised. Just hoping you'd come to your senses. He sighed and rubbed a hand over his face. But I knew this would happen. We saw a man appear out of the mist and propose an adventure that bards will sing about for time immemorial. What else would I expect? Leary turned fully toward him. You don't have to come. Braden shot him a flat look. Of course I'm coming. Someone has to make sure you don't get yourself killed in whatever mist-drenched nightmare we're walking into. Leary huffed a quiet laugh, but there was warmth behind it. Braden might have grumbled and argued, but in the end, he had never once left Leary's side. Behind Braden, more of the men were stirring. Some were already gathering their weapons, fastening their cloaks, adjusting their gear. The decision had been made before Leary had even spoken it aloud. The warriors of Connaught had never been ones to turn away from the unknown, especially not when there was glory to be won. By the time the first streaks of light touched the misty horizon, Leary and his men were ready. They stood at the water's edge, waiting, as the dawn turned the mist to a pale golden haze. And then, just as before, the veil of fog parted, and Finian stepped through. He did not look surprised to see them waiting. If anything, there was the faintest glint of satisfaction in his ageless eyes. He swept his gaze over them, as though taking their measure one last time. Then he met Leary's stare and nodded. You have chosen well, Prince of Connaught. Leary lifted his chin. Just tell us where to go, Finian extended his hand toward the mist. "Follow me." Without another word, Liry stepped forward, and the mist swallowed him whole. The warriors of Connaught followed, and the world they had always known vanished behind them. The mist curled around Liry's shoulders like ghostly fingers, damp and cool against his skin. He had walked only a few steps beyond the fire, yet already the world behind him was fading. The sounds of his men, the quiet clinking of armor, the murmur of conversation, all of it was being swallowed by the mist. He did not look back. Ahead, Finian walked in silence, his silver cloak barely distinguishable from the shifting fog. His steps made no sound, but Liry could sense his presence, guiding them deeper into the unknown. The warriors followed closely behind, their ranks tight, their weapons held firm. The mist was thicker than any fog they had ever known, dense and weighty, wrapping around them in slow, swirling waves. For a moment, Liry felt weightless, as though the ground beneath his feet had softened, no longer solid, but something else, something in between. A shiver ran down his spine. The world was changing. The farther they walked, the harder it became to hold on to his sense of direction. He knew his men were behind him, could hear the faintest sounds of their movements, yet the mist muffled everything, stretching space and sound in unnatural ways. Then, one by one, those sounds began to vanish. At first it was subtle. The soft thud of boots against earth became quieter, the rustle of cloaks less distinct. Then the footsteps disappeared entirely, swallowed by the silence. The damp chill of the mist thickened, clinging to his skin, pressing into his lungs. His heartbeat quickened. Something was happening. He turned his head slightly, intending to check on his men, but they were gone. A rush of cold flooded his chest. The warriors who had been beside him only moments ago were nowhere to be seen. There was only mist, endless, shifting mist. His grip tightened around the hilt of his sword. Braden? No answer. Liry stopped walking. Eamon? Silence. A flicker of unease stirred deep in his gut. He took a slow step back, his hand resting lightly on his blade, the weight of it grounding him. He had seen many things in his life, raiders and war bands, bloodied battlefields and burning villages. But this was something else. Something unnatural. His breath came slower now, measured and careful. Finian. The name left his lips in a whisper, but it was enough. From the mist ahead, a shadow moved. Finian emerged as though he had always been standing there, as though the veil had merely chosen to reveal him now. His expression was calm, unreadable, but his eyes held something sharp, not unkind, but knowing. "You are in between," Finian said quietly. "A place that is neither here nor there. A threshold." Leary exhaled through his nose, slow and steady. "Where are my men?" "They are here." Finian gestured to the mist around them. "And yet they are not." Leary's fingers flexed against the hilt of his sword. "That's not an answer." Finian regarded him for a long moment before speaking again. "The world is not as solid as men believe. There are places where it thins, where the fabric of one reality brushes against another." He tilted his head slightly. "You and your men walk through such a place now. The mist is not merely mist. It is a veil." Leary's jaw tightened. He had heard the old tales, the ones whispered by fireside on winter nights. Stories of men stepping into fog and never returning. He had never put much faith in them before, but now he was walking in one. He glanced around once more, his senses stretching for something familiar, something real. But there was only the mist. "What happens if we stray from the path?" Leary asked. Finian's gaze did not waver. "Then you will not return." A muscle twitched in Leary's jaw. He did not like this. He did not like unseen forces dictating his course. He did not like being at the mercy of something he could not fight. Finian seemed to sense his unease. "Trust the path," he said, his voice quieter now. "You are meant to walk it. Your men are not lost, only separate. When the veil lifts, you will be whole again." Leary inhaled slowly. He did not trust easily, and he trusted magic even less. But there was no other way forward. With a final glance at the mist around him, he took a step. The moment his foot touched the ground, the world shifted. The mist around him trembled, then began to move. It swirled in great arcs, twisting in on itself, folding like waves upon an unseen shore. Leary's vision blurred. For a moment, he felt as though he were falling. Then, solid ground. The mist parted like a curtain, and suddenly, the world was different. Leary stumbled slightly, blinking against the sudden brightness. His breath caught in his chest. The land before him was unlike anything he had ever seen. The sky above was vast and endless, stretching out in deep shades of gold and violet. The air was thick with the scent of something sweet and unfamiliar, and the trees, if they could be called trees, rose impossibly high, their canopies shimmering with faint, pulsing light. The grass beneath his boots was soft, almost silken, and it carried a faint glow as though lit from within. And standing nearby, his warriors, they were all there, blinking and dazed, some gripping their weapons, others rubbing their eyes as if trying to clear them. Braden stood closest, his stance wary, his brow furrowed in confusion. He caught Liry's gaze. What in the gods' names is this place? Before Liry could answer, Finian stepped forward, unaffected by the transition, his silver cloak moving effortlessly with the shifting breeze. "This," Finian said, voice steady, "is the Otherworld." Liry inhaled sharply, his pulse thundering in his chest. He had known they were stepping into something beyond their understanding, but nothing could have prepared him for this. Liry stood motionless, his breath shallow as his eyes swept across the land before him. The Otherworld. It was unlike anything he had ever imagined. Too vast, too luminous, too unreal. And yet, beneath its beauty, something stirred in the air, something that made his skin prickle. The sky stretched endlessly, a golden purple hue that seemed neither night nor day, but something in between. The trees, tall as towers, pulsed with a soft inner glow, their leaves shifting like liquid silver in a wind that could not be felt. The air was rich, thick with the scent of something sweet and intoxicating. But beneath it was something colder, something that felt like a whisper at the back of the mind. His warriors had fallen into silence. Even Braden, who could always be counted on to mutter some sharp remark, stood rigid beside him, his hand resting tensely on the hilt of his sword. Liry knew the feeling well. It was the stillness before battle, the sensation of stepping into unknown ground, where every shadow might be hiding an enemy. Finian moved ahead of them, his silver cloak trailing behind him like a wisp of mist. His posture was calm, unbothered, but there was an alertness in his step, a careful precision that did not go unnoticed by Liry. "This is Everr," Finian said at last, his voice soft, but carrying in the unnatural quiet. "It is one of the oldest lands in the Otherworld, a place that has stood unchanged since before mortal men walked their own lands." Liry exhaled slowly. "It doesn't feel unchanged." Finian glanced at him, a faint smirk on his lips, but there was no humor in his eyes. "No, it does not." They began walking, their footsteps barely making a sound against the soft, glowing grass. There was no true sun here, no true moon, and yet everything was bathed in a strange, shifting light, sometimes golden, sometimes blue, flickering like flame without a source. The silence pressed around them. Then the whispers began. Liry froze mid-step. He wasn't sure at first if he had actually heard them. Faint voices, distant and drifting, as though the wind itself was speaking. The sound was soft, indistinct, but it brushed against his mind rather than his ears, stirring a deep unease in his chest. He wasn't the only one who noticed. Braden stiffened beside him. What in the gods' names was that? Finian did not stop walking. Do not listen. Easier said than done. The whispers grew stronger. Liry couldn't make out the words, but he could feel them. They slithered at the edges of his thoughts, tugging, searching, like unseen fingers reaching for something hidden deep in his mind. He shook his head sharply. Focus. Then, ahead of them, the mist thickened. Liry saw them before he understood what they were. Shapes. Not men, not quite, but shadowy figures, their forms wavering as if they were half-formed, half-forgotten. They stood scattered among the trees, still and silent, their heads tilted slightly as though watching. Liry's breath tightened in his chest. He reached for his sword. "Do not draw your blade," Finian said quietly. Liry did not look at him. They don't look friendly. Finian kept walking, unconcerned. They are not enemies. Braden's voice was tight. They don't look like friends either. The shadowed figures did not move. They did not breathe. They barely seemed to exist, and yet they were undeniably there. Their forms shifted like mist given shape, their outlines flickering as though they could dissolve at any moment. Liry forced himself to keep walking, though his every instinct screamed at him to be ready for an attack. "These are the forgotten," Finian said as they passed the silent figures. They were once men, once warriors, once kings and lords and lovers. But they lingered too long where they did not belong. They heard the whispers, and they listened. Liry swallowed thickly. And now? Finian finally looked at him, his gaze unreadable. Now they are nothing, neither alive nor dead, only shadows of what once was. A shudder passed through Liry's spine. He forced himself to look forward, but in the corner of his vision, the figures remained, standing, waiting, unmoving. His men followed behind him in tight formation. No one spoke. As they walked deeper into Evermere, the shadows grew denser, the mist swirling between them. The trees loomed taller, their glowing leaves flickering in strange rhythms, as if breathing. The ground beneath them felt less solid, as though they were walking on something that had never been meant to hold weight. Then the light shifted. Ahead of them, through the thinning mist, a structure emerged, vast and towering, its walls smooth and golden, gleaming with an unnatural brilliance. It was neither a castle nor a fortress, yet it was both. It pulsed with an eerie glow, as though the very air around it bent and shimmered at its presence. Finian stopped. "We have arrived," he said softly. Leary exhaled, gripping the hilt of his sword just to remind himself that he was still real, still solid, still here. Braden took a step closer, his voice low. "That's where she is, isn't it?" Finian nodded. "Yes." Liry felt the weight of the moment settle over him. This was not just another battle. This was not just another war. This was something else entirely. He stared up at the golden halls of Everr, and then, without another word, he stepped forward. The golden halls of Everr loomed before them, vast and terrible in their stillness. The structure did not seem built as much as summoned into existence, its walls smooth as flowing water, yet unyielding as the mountains. It pulsed faintly, an unnatural glow flickering through the polished surface like veins of molten gold. Liry tightened his grip on his sword as he stepped forward. The air was heavier here, thick with something unseen pressing against his chest. His warriors followed behind him, their formation instinctively closing as they neared the entrance. Finian walked ahead, his movements measured, his expression unreadable. This place was not always his, Finian said, his voice carrying strangely in the unnatural silence. Gail took it, shaped it, bent it to his will. It is his stronghold now, but Everr was something else once. Liry glanced at him. What was it? Finian's gaze lingered on the golden walls, as though remembering something long buried. A place of passage, a threshold between what was and what could be. Before Gail, it belonged to no one. Braden, walking just behind them, scowled. And now? Finian exhaled. Now it belongs to a man who was never meant to rule it. They reached the great doors, towering slabs of gold, carved with twisting symbols that seemed to shift when Liry tried to focus on them. His pulse quickened. He had seen many fortresses before, many battlements standing defiant against invasion. But this was different. This was not built to keep men out. It was built to keep something in. A whisper of unease curled in his gut. Are we expected? Finian nodded. Oh yes. A sudden gust of wind rolled out from the entrance, though the doors had not moved. It was cold. Not the cold of winter, but of something much older, something that did not belong here. The warriors behind Liry tensed, their hands gripping their weapons. Then a voice. It did not come from the doors. It did not come from within. It came from everywhere at once. You tread where no mortal should walk. Liry's breath hitched. The voice was layered, as if it belonged to many speaking at once, distant yet near, soft yet unbreakable. The majestic halls seemed to contort, and for the first time in a decade, Liry felt something cold run down his spine. Braden, ever the first to speak, drew his sword, lifting his chin. We've heard worse. The air thickened. The mist that had clung to the edges of the fortress surged forward, creeping over the threshold like living tendrils, coiling between their legs, wrapping around the base of the golden doors. Finian stepped forward, unshaken. You have no right to keep her. A silence. Then the voice came again, slow and deliberate. She chose to stay. Liry's fingers clenched against the hilt of his sword. A lie. It had to be. Finian's expression remained composed, but something in his posture changed. His hands curled slightly, his shoulders tensed. Let us pass. The mist hesitated. It curled higher, shifting in unnatural patterns, swirling in slow, hypnotic waves. Liry's heartbeat was steady, but his instincts screamed that something was watching. Then, without warning, the doors opened. The movement was silent, unnatural, as if the golden slabs had never been solid at all. They parted like the surface of a still pond disturbed by an unseen hand, revealing a vast, empty corridor beyond. No guards, no torches, no signs of life. Only darkness. Finian exhaled, stepping forward without hesitation. Liry glanced at Braden, who lifted a brow. Well, Braden muttered, this is a bloody trap. Liry smirked faintly, obviously. And then, without another word, he stepped inside. The warriors of Connaught followed. The doors sealed behind them. The world of men was now far behind, and the warlord of Everr was waiting. The doors behind them had vanished. Not closed. Vanished. The golden threshold where they had entered was now only smooth, unbroken wall, as if no entrance had ever existed. Liry exhaled slowly, his fingers tightening around the hilt of his sword. The weight of it felt distant, the leather grip cool against his palm. The silence in the corridor was absolute. No echoes, no air movement, not even the faintest breath of life. It was wrong. The warriors of Connaught fanned out behind him, their movements careful, their footfalls impossibly quiet against the glass-like floor. The walls pulsed with a dim golden glow, but the light did not touch the air. It was trapped within the metal itself. as though the very structure of the fortress was alive. Finian strode ahead, his silver cloak trailing behind him, unbothered by the unnatural stillness. Liry matched his pace. "Tell me what's coming," he murmured. Finian did not look at him. "You already know." Liry's jaw tightened. He did know. He had felt it since they had stepped through the mist, since they had first set foot in Everr. They were being watched. Not by men, not by anything living, by something else. A whisper of movement stirred at the edge of his vision. Liry's head snapped toward it, but there was nothing. Just empty, golden halls stretching endlessly in both directions. Another shift, this time behind them. Braden froze, his sword half drawn. We're not alone. No one breathed. Then the light changed. The glow of the walls dimmed, swallowed by something darker, something unseen. And with it, the air grew heavy, thick with the weight of something unnatural. Liry turned slowly, his instincts roaring. And then they emerged from the darkness between the golden walls, from the very air itself. Shadows began to take form. Figures tall and silent, their faces obscured, their bodies shifting like mist caught in a windless void. They did not move like men. They did not breathe. They simply appeared, stepping forward with the slow, deliberate certainty of something that had no need to hurry. Gail's army, not flesh, not blood, only shadows. The warriors of Connaught reacted instantly. Braden snapped his sword free, the whisper of steel ringing against the unnatural hush. The others followed, their weapons glinting in the faint, shifting light. Liry did not move. He watched. He waited. The figures did not charge. They did not lunge or raise weapons. They only stood, watching. Then, one of them, the closest, tilted its head slightly, as though studying them. Its form wavered, a deep, unnatural blackness rippling beneath the surface of its body, as though it had no true shape. Liry's breath caught. The shadow's movements were wrong. It wasn't the way a man moved. It was too fluid, too effortless, like water shifting between cracks in stone. Then, without a sound, the figure moved. Not toward him, through him. The cold that hit him was like nothing he had ever felt. Not winter's chill, not the bite of icy wind. This was deeper, older. It was the feeling of something hollow, something that should not be. Liry stumbled back, his breath stolen from his lungs. His vision blurred for a moment, his body heavy. Distantly, he heard Braden curse, saw other men recoil as the shadows passed through them like fog. Leary gasped, steadying himself, forcing breath into his chest. His limbs felt solid again, real, but the memory of the cold lingered deep in his bones. Finian stood ahead of them, unshaken. "Their weapons cannot kill you," Finian said, his voice calm. "But neither can yours kill them." Braden exhaled sharply. "That's comforting." Liry shook off the lingering cold, forcing his mind to focus. "Then what do we do?" Finian turned towards him, and for the first time, there was something in his eyes that looked like respect. "We don't fight," he said simply. "We pass through." Liry blinked. "Through?" Finian nodded. "They are not meant for battle. They are meant for fear." His gaze swept over the warriors, all standing tense, uneasy, gripping their swords as though ready for an attack that would never come. "And if you give them fear, they will take it. They will take all of you." The words struck deep, chilling Liry in a way even the shadows could not. He understood. This was not a battle of steel. It was a battle of will. And if they gave in, if they let the whispers take hold, if they let doubt fester, they would become like the forgotten, lost within Evermere, shadows among the shadows. Liry squared his shoulders. He exhaled once, slow and steady. Then, without hesitation, he stepped forward. The shadows did not move. He walked through them, the same unnatural cold brushing against his skin. But he did not stop. One step, then another. And then the light shifted. The golden glow of the walls pulsed, and suddenly the corridor was empty. No shadows, no whispers. Only the warriors of Connaught, whole and unbroken, standing on the other side. Finian gave a small nod. Braden let out a breath that was half a scoff, half a relieved chuckle. "If I never do that again, it'll be too soon." Liry turned toward Finian, his pulse steady but sharp. They weren't real, were they? Finian regarded him carefully. They were as real as you let them be. Liry exhaled, glancing back at his warriors. All of them had made it through. Some were shaken, but they were whole. And now, ahead of them, the fortress stretched forward, silent, waiting. They had passed the first test, but Liry knew, deep in his bones, that it would not be the last. The silence after passing through the shadowed army was brief, too brief. Liry's instinct screamed at him. It wasn't over. The golden corridor stretched ahead, shifting and alive, but the unnatural quiet carried a tension that had not been there before. Finian moved forward without hesitation, his silver cloak trailing behind him like mist. But Leary's warriors remained wary, hands still gripping their weapons. Braden's voice was low. "I don't like this." Liry exhaled, steadying his thoughts. Neither did he. They continued forward, their boots making no sound against the smooth, impossible floors. The glow in the walls flickered faintly, as if the fortress itself was breathing. Then, ahead of them, the golden halls began to twist. Not physically, but something about them shifted, as though space itself was unraveling. The walls stretched farther than they should have. The ceiling rose higher, and a dark mist began to seep from the very air, curling and shifting, whispering as it moved. Then the whispers turned to screams. The shadows returned, but this time they did not stand still. They came forward in a rush, a tide of formless figures surging from the mist, their movements faster, sharper, deadlier. This was no longer a test of will. This was war. Liry drew his sword in a single motion, steel flashing as he slashed through the first of them. His blade cut through the misty form, but it did not stop. The shadow split apart, then reformed behind him. Braden cursed and swung his axe, cleaving through one of the figures, but the blade passed through as though slicing air. The warrior staggered, barely dodging as the figure lunged forward, its form stretching unnaturally. "They don't die," one of the men shouted. Liry gritted his teeth. Then Finian's voice rose above the chaos. "Strike with fire and light. Do not fight them as men, fight them as shadows." Liry did not hesitate. He shifted his stance, changing his grip on the sword, adjusting to the way the shadows moved. The figures were not men. They did not bleed, did not break, but they could be cut, not as warriors, but as wind, as mist, as the fleeting ghosts that they were. His next strike was not meant to sever, but to scatter. He sliced sideways, his blade sweeping through the darkness in a broad arc. The mist-like figure shattered, breaking apart in swirling tendrils of black smoke that did not reform. Finian raised his hand, and a pulse of silver light flared from his palm. The shadows recoiled. Some vanished entirely in its glow, their forms burning away as though touched by the dawn. Liry's warriors adjusted quickly. Their strikes became wider, faster, meant not to kill, but to unravel. They fought like wind against wind, blade against the void. The battle raged. The fortress pulsed with every strike, as though the very walls felt the violence, felt the war being waged within them. And then, through the mist, through the chaos, Gail appeared. He stepped forward as if from nowhere, as though he had always been there, waiting. Tall, cloaked in flowing black, his form shifted as the shadows did. But his presence was something greater, something deeper. He was no mere phantom, no lingering shade. He was the master of this place. His voice cut through the battle like a blade. Fools. The shadows froze at once. The warriors of Connaught pulled back instinctively, their weapons still raised, but the storm of mist had stilled. Gail turned his gaze toward Finian first. "You should have known better," he murmured, his voice a soft, terrible thing. "You cannot take back what has chosen to stay." Leary's breath tightened, the lie again. Before he could speak, Finian raised his hand, and silver light flared once more, surging forward. Gail did not move. The light touched him and passed through. Finian's eyes widened. Gail's lips curved into a slow, cold smile. "You thought I was bound by the same rules as the others?" Liry moved. He didn't wait, didn't hesitate. This was not a war of words. This was a fight. He lunged forward, sword flashing, and struck. Gail caught the blade with his bare hand. The room shuddered. The mist twisted violently around them, the golden walls trembling as though something vast had stirred beneath them. Leary's sword should have cleaved through flesh. It did not. Gail's fingers tightened around the steel, and black veins spread from his touch, darkening the metal as though it were being consumed. "You do not belong here, mortal," Gail whispered. Leary's vision blurred. The world tilted, space bending inward. Then Finian moved. He surged forward, his silver blade flashing, cutting Gail's phantom body. The warlord released his grip as Finian's strike forced him back, but only slightly. Gail laughed. "Brave," he murmured. But foolish. Finian's voice was sharp. "Your reign ends here." Gail tilted his head slightly, his form flickering. "Does it?" Then the entire fortress shook. The walls cracked, not physically, but like light fractured through glass. The golden glow of Everr dimmed. Leary's vision steadied, but his breath caught. Gail was fading, not in defeat, not in death. He was leaving. Liry surged forward. "Coward." Gail's smile was as thin as mist. "You think this is over?" His form rippled, then vanished. The shadows collapsed. The mist that had filled the halls broke apart, dispersing into nothingness. The golden walls flickered, then steadied. Liry stood breathing hard, sword still raised, but the enemy was gone. The silence that followed was vast. Braden let out a slow exhale. I don't suppose that means we won. Finian was quiet for a long moment. Then, finally, no, he murmured. It means we have what we came for. Leary turned sharply, his breath sharp as his gaze locked onto the figure standing at the far end of the chamber. Alysia. She was untouched by time. Her dark hair flowed over her shoulders, her silver gown shimmering like moonlight on still water. Her skin was pale, her features delicate. But there was something unreadable in her eyes, something that made Liry hesitate. Finian stepped past him. He had not spoken, had not moved since she had appeared. But now his breath came sharp, and there was something in his expression, not just longing, but disbelief. Alysia. Her name left his lips as a whisper. She blinked slowly, watching him as though seeing a memory come to life. For a moment, she did not move. Then, she ran to him. Finian caught her, his arms wrapping around her as though he might vanish if he let go. Alysia buried her face against his shoulder, and for the first time since Liry had met the warrior from the Otherworld, he saw him shake. "I thought you were gone," Finian murmured. His voice, always steady, was raw now, barely above a whisper. Alysia pulled back just enough to look at him. Her fingers tightened around his cloak, her expression something between joy and sorrow. "You shouldn't have come for me." The words sent a shiver through the room. Finian pulled back, searching her face. "What do you mean?" Liry frowned. He hadn't thought of it before. But now, looking at the way she held herself, the way her gaze flickered past Finian toward the golden walls of Everr, a realization settled deep in his gut. She had been here for a long time, and she had not tried to leave. Alysia hesitated. Liry could see the war in her expression, the flicker of something she did not want to say. But finally she whispered, "I was not kept here. I chose to stay." The silence was deafening. Finian stiffened, his entire body going rigid. "No." His voice was quiet. Not angry, just broken. "That isn't true." Alysia's grip on him did not loosen. He shook his head. "No, Gail stole you. He took you from me." She exhaled sharply. "He did at first, but Everr is not what you think. Gail ruled it, yes, but he was not its master. This place is older than him. Older than everything you know. And I stayed, not because of Gail, but because I had to understand it. We are creatures of the Otherworld, Finian. And yet, There is so much of it we have yet to discover. But as you stand before me, I realize that for every discovery I made in this land, new ones took its place. The mysteries of the Otherworld are an endless tide, and I must surrender to their depths. Now I am ready to leave. The words struck the room like a blade. Finian exhaled sharply, closing his eyes for the briefest moment before nodding. Then we go now. Liry half expected the fortress to resist, to hold her back, to keep her here. But nothing happened. There were no more shadows, no more voices, only silence. And then, as Finian led Alysia forward, the golden walls of Everr began to fade. Like mist at dawn, the fortress unraveled, and suddenly they were standing in a different place entirely. The world had shifted around them, where before there had been the unnatural glow of Everr, now they stood upon a rolling field of silver grass, stretching endlessly beneath a sky painted in hues of violet and gold. The air smelled of honey and river mist, of something ancient and untouched by time. Finian did not hesitate. He turned to Alysia, still holding her close. "This is Mag Dá Chéo." He knew, even without Finian's words, that this place was different. This was not Everr. This was where time did not touch the living. The warriors of Connaught stood behind him, their breaths slow, their movements uncertain. They had stepped into a world beyond their own. Alysia looked around, her breath soft. "I never thought I'd see it again." Finian studied her for a long moment. "You are free now." She turned to him, a small, knowing smile on her lips. "Am I?" Liry looked between them, unease creeping into his gut. There was something in her voice, something he couldn't place. But before he could speak, Finian turned to Liry and his warriors. "You have done what no mortals have ever done before," Finian said. "You have fought through Everr. You have walked between worlds and not been lost." He gestured toward the land behind him, stretching into the eternal twilight of Mag Dá Chéo. "And now, I offer you a choice." Liry's pulse slowed. "A choice?" Finian nodded. "Stay. For a year, be honored as warriors of the Otherworld. My daughter Dara is fairer than the sun, and she will be yours, Prince of Connaught. Your men will each be given a bride of their own. You will feast in halls that do not fade, drink wine that never turns bitter, walk where no mortal has walked before." Braden exhaled sharply. "And what's the catch?" Finian smiled faintly. "There is none. Only that you must not dismount from your steeds when you return home. Leary narrowed his eyes. He knew enough of otherworld bargains to know that such a simple condition was never truly simple. But when he looked back at his men, the warriors who had followed him through the mist, through war, through shadow, he saw something in their faces. Longing. He understood why. They had lived their lives on battlefields, in blood and hardship. And now they stood in a place of peace, a place where death did not reach. Finian extended his hand. "Come, stay for a while." Liry exhaled slowly. He had made many choices before, but none like this. And for the first time in his life, he was not sure what his heart would say. The air in Mag Dá Chéo was unlike anything Liry had ever breathed. Light as mist, sweet as honey, thick with something just beyond sensation. Every inhale left a warmth in his chest. Every exhale carried something away, though he could not tell what. His warriors stood behind him in stunned silence. These were men who had known nothing but the harshness of the mortal world. Cold nights spent in damp forests, iron-rimmed mornings of battle, the bite of steel, and the hunger of long campaigns. But here, there was no suffering. The sky stretched in hues of violet and gold, its color shifting like an ever-changing dawn. There was no sun, no moon, yet light filled the air, casting a warm, eternal glow upon the land. The grass beneath their boots shimmered silver, softer than the finest furs. In the distance, hills rolled like waves, their peaks crowned with mist, and great rivers of light cut through the valleys, their waters reflecting stars that did not exist. This was not a place of men. It was something else. Braden turned in a slow circle, his brows furrowed. He trailed off, shaking his head. I don't have the words. Eamon, the oldest among them, ran a hand through his beard. That's because there aren't any. Liry said nothing. His heart beat slow, steady, but the weight of something unspoken pressed into his ribs. It was beautiful. It was too beautiful. Finian strode ahead, his silver cloak flowing behind him as he gestured across the valley. This is the land of silver cloud, the heart of Mag Dá Chéo. This will be your home. Home, the word settled uncomfortably in Liry's chest. His men did not seem to share his hesitation. They were already walking forward, their eyes wide, their hands brushing against the grass and trees as though to prove they were real. Some laughed, others whispered prayers, unsure whether to kneel or run. Braden grinned. I've never seen anything like it. Finian turned toward them, his expression unreadable. You have walked through mist and shadow. You have faced the terrors of Everr. You have passed into a world where no mortals have ever stepped. He paused, letting the words settle. And you are welcome here. A soft sound carried through the air. Music. Leary froze. It was not being played. It was simply there, woven into the very breath of the world. A melody too perfect, too distant, as though the land itself was singing. Something tightened in his chest. "This isn't natural," he murmured. Something about this place felt like a dream. But that was the problem, wasn't it? Dreams were meant to fade. Finian led them forward, toward a great hall that shimmered in the distance, its spires rising like smoke from the ground. The walls were woven from silver and pearl, not built with hands, but formed from something older. Something woven into the very bones of the world. Liry and his men were led inside, and there, everything changed. Long tables stretched across the chamber, filled with golden fruits and goblets of deep red wine, meats that shimmered under the glow of unseen fire, bowls of shining berries that smelled of summer and memory. The scent alone made Liry's mouth water, and around him, his warriors hesitated only a moment before eating. One bite, and they forgot the cold of the road. One sip, and they forgot the ache of their wounds. Liry did not eat. He sat at the head of the table, his hands resting on the polished wood, watching as his men laughed, drank, feasted as though they had never known war. And then the women entered. They stepped from nowhere, as if they had always been there, drifting across the hall like figures from a dream. They were beautiful, impossibly so, their hair flowing like silk, their eyes gleaming like starlight. They moved without sound, without effort, as though they were part of the music that never stopped. One stepped toward Liry. She was tall, golden-haired, her eyes deep as the sky itself. She smiled, and something inside him lurched. "I am Dara of the sun," she said, her voice soft as a whispered oath. "And I have been waiting for you." Liry's breath caught. A strange, weightless feeling settled into his chest. He had made many choices in his life. This would be the hardest one yet. The feast had lasted through the night and into what should have been dawn, though the sky never changed. There was no sun, no moon, no shifting of the stars. The air remained warm, the light eternal, as though time itself had forgotten to move. Liry sat at the head of the long table, untouched food and wine before him, watching. His warriors had already surrendered to this place. They laughed, their voices rising in the golden hall, their hands wrapped around goblets of wine that never emptied, their plates never bare. They had eaten the fruit of the Otherworld, tasted its sweetness, and now there was no hunger left in them. And then the women had come. The fairy folk had drifted into the hall as if they had always been there, stepping from the very air itself, their presence too natural to question. Each of them was beautiful beyond mortal measure, golden-haired and dark-eyed, silver-veiled and starlit, their forms moving as though they were part of the music that never ceased. They had not spoken. At first, they had only looked, and one by one, Leary's men had looked back. It was a game, and his warriors never even realized they were playing. First, it was a glance across the feast table, a lingering smile, then a brush of fingers when reaching for a goblet, then a whispered word, a laugh, a hushed promise, and suddenly they were gone, vanishing into the golden halls, hand in hand with women not of this world. Liry saw it happen, one by one. He saw Braden resist at first, scowling as a dark-haired beauty leaned into him, her laughter like a river over smooth stone. He saw Eamon sigh, shaking his head, but allowing himself to be led away. He saw young Ian, who had never taken a wife in the mortal world, offer his hand eagerly to the first woman who looked at him. One by one they left, and Liry stayed. His cup remained full, his plate untouched. The music pressed against his mind, wrapping around his ribs, pulling, urging. But he did not move. Then she sat beside him, Dara of the sun. She did not speak at first. She simply sat, her golden hair spilling over her shoulders, her hands resting lightly in her lap. She did not try to take his hand. She did not touch him. But she was there, and her presence was enough. "You do not eat," she murmured after a long silence. Liry did not answer. She turned to him fully now, her eyes like the deepest part of a summer sky. "Nor do you drink. Your men have accepted their fate. Why do you resist?" Liry exhaled slowly. "Because I still remember." Dara tilted her head slightly. "Remember what?" He met her gaze. "The cold, the rain, the battlefields of the mortal world, the weight of iron in his hands, the taste of sweat and blood, the struggle, the fight, the life that was real." Dara smiled softly. "And yet, they do not." Liry turned his head slightly, and his stomach tightened. His warriors had returned to the hall. Or had they ever left? They were changed. Their eyes, once sharp, were softer now, their movements slower, heavier, not with exhaustion, but with contentment. Braden leaned back in his chair, his arm draped lazily around the shoulders of the dark-haired beauty at his side. His usual sharp tongue was absent. He was smiling. Aemon, the oldest among them, no longer looked old. He looked younger, his wrinkles faded, his strength renewed. He spoke softly to the woman beside him, his voice lighter than Liry had ever heard it. And Ian, young Ian, who had once been eager for battle, for adventure. He did not even look at Liry. He only looked at her, the fairy woman who had taken his hand, as though nothing else in the world mattered anymore. Liry's pulse pounded. This was no spell, no enchantment. This was choice. They had chosen this. The feast, the music, the women, the forgetting. Dara's voice was soft, unpressing. Will you not choose too? Liry's breath was slow, steady, measured. He did not answer. He only watched and waited. Liry did not remember saying yes. He did not remember when the battle-scarred warrior of Connaught had become the honored prince of Mag Dá Chéo. Yet here he stood, dressed in robes of silver and deep blue, woven so fine they felt like air against his skin. The weight of iron was gone from his belt. No sword, no shield, no steel to weigh him down. Instead, a band of gold circled his wrist, a symbol of his bond to this place. The wedding was unlike any ceremony he had ever witnessed. There was no priest, no binding words spoken over them, no fire to mark the vows, no warriors standing in solemn witness, no warbands, no drums. Instead, the sky above them swirled in hues of violet and amber, light shifting in waves as though the stars themselves had come to watch. Dara stood before him, her golden hair unbound, her hands extended toward his, palms up. No words were spoken, because words did not matter. When Liry took her hands in his, the air around them stilled. The land itself accepted the union. The rivers in the distance hummed with song. The great trees that stood beyond the golden halls bent slightly, as if bowing. The music that had been ever present in the Otherworld swelled, but not from instruments, from the world itself. And Liry felt the change. He had not thought it possible to feel lighter than he already had in this place. He had not thought he could feel freer than he did walking through fields of silver grass beneath an endless twilight. But he had been wrong. Dara smiled at him, and when she did, he forgot what it had been like to not belong. Forgot the cold battlefields, forgot the marching of war drums, forgot the aches of old wounds, the weight of expectation, the sharp edges of a mortal life. The land of silver cloud embraced him, and Leary, Prince of Connaught, forgot he had ever been anything else. Time did not pass in Mag Dá Chéo, not as it did in the world of men. There was no counting of days, no rising of the sun and setting of the moon. The light never dimmed, the air never changed. There was only now. His men were happy. Braden, once skeptical and sharp-tongued, had become soft with peace. The warrior who had once slept with a dagger beneath his pillow no longer reached for a weapon upon waking. Eamon, old and weary, was no longer old. His face was smooth, his hands steady, his laughter young. He sat in the gardens, speaking in hushed tones with the woman he had wed, speaking of things that no longer mattered in the world they had left behind. Ian had never spoken of leaving. None of them had, because leaving was a thought that did not belong in this place. Neither did regret, neither did memory. And for the longest time, Liry did not question it, until one day he did. It was small at first, a flicker of something deep in his ribs, a whisper that was not a whisper, a shadow that did not belong in a place without darkness, a memory. It came without warning, the sharp scent of leather and iron, the weight of a sword on his hip, the roar of men before battle, the call of his father's voice, strong and steady, though he could not recall the words. The first time he had ever seen war, the last time he had ever seen home. Liry blinked slowly. Dara sat beside him, her golden hair falling over her shoulder, weaving a crown of silver-threaded leaves. She smiled softly, but she had seen it, the flicker of something behind his eyes, and she knew. Her fingers stilled. What did you remember? Liry exhaled through his nose, shaking his head. Nothing? Dara tilted her head. Not unkind, but knowing. A silence stretched between them, long and soft, until she spoke the words that changed everything. You will leave soon. Liry's chest tightened. The thought had not even fully formed in his mind. But now, it was real. The weight of time pressed into his lungs. A year had passed. A year in joy. A year in bliss. A year where nothing had ever been wrong. And yet, Liry was remembering. Dara placed the crown in his hands, her touch lingering. It is always this way, she whispered. The wind shifted around them. The golden halls of silver cloud hummed softly, And for the first time, they did not feel like home. Liry stood at the edge of the mist, his breath slow, steady, yet heavier than it had ever been. Behind him, the golden halls of silver cloud shimmered in the eternal twilight, their beauty untouched by time. He had spent a year in joy, a year where no hunger had touched him, no war had called his name, no grief had settled in his chest. And yet, he was leaving. Dara stood beside him, her golden hair catching the strange, shifting light of Mag Dá Chéo. She did not ask him to stay. She did not need to, because he would return. They both knew it. She reached forward, taking his hand in hers one final time. "You will walk through the mist, but you will not walk away from it," she whispered. "Wherever you go, the veil will always be near." Liry exhaled slowly. He looked back at his men, his warriors who had lived among the fairy folk, who had taken wives, who had forgotten what it was to be cold, to be tired, to bleed. They stood quiet, hesitant, but they did not resist, because, like him, they remembered. The call of their old lives had come creeping into their bones. They had always been meant to return. Dara lifted her hand from his, stepping back. Finian watched from a distance, standing beside Alysia. His expression was unreadable, but there was no sorrow there. He had made this choice once, long ago. He had walked into the mortal world knowing he would never truly belong to it again. And now, Liry understood. He turned without another word, and he stepped into the mist. The first thing he felt was weight. His body became heavy again, the warmth of the otherworld falling away like the last notes of a fading song. The air turned sharp, biting against his skin, filling his lungs with something that felt colder, realer. Then his boots hit solid ground. The mist peeled away, curling backward into the veil, revealing a familiar world. Ireland. A green field stretched before them, damp with morning dew. A river ran in the distance, its waters dark and cold. And just beyond it, the great fortress of Connaught rose, unchanged, unmoving. Braden stepped forward first, his brow furrowed. He turned slowly, as though seeing the world for the first time. Liry's heart pounded. Something was wrong. Or rather, nothing was wrong at all. The world was exactly as they had left it. And then, from the distant walls of the fortress, a shout. Warriors spilled out onto the field, their weapons drawn, their faces sharp with confusion. The guards at the gates of Connaught had not changed. The banners that flew above them were the same. And as the warriors approached, Liry knew. They had been gone a year in Mag Dá Chéo, but here no time had passed at all. Braden let out a slow, stunned breath. "This isn't possible." Liry said nothing. He had always known the tales, stories of men who vanished into the otherworld, only to return and find the world unchanged. But knowing the story and living it were two very different things. Before he could speak, the gates of the fortress opened, and a voice rang across the field. "My son," the voice hit Liry like a blade. He turned, and there, riding from the fortress, was his father, King Cormac of Connaught, unchanged, unaged. His face was the same as it had been the day Liry rode away. His robes hung heavy around his broad shoulders, his dark eyes sharp, filled with relief. Then confusion. Liry's pulse thundered in his ears, because to his father, to the men of Connaught, he had never been gone. Cormac reined his horse to a stop, staring at them. His gaze flickered over their faces, at Liry, at Braden, at Eamon. All of them changed, all of them subtly different, though the world around them had remained the same. Then his gaze locked onto Liry. His breath came unsteady. "You left this morning." His voice was slow, careful, as though his mind was trying to make sense of something impossible. "And now you return as though..." He hesitated, as though a lifetime has passed in a single breath. Liry exhaled softly, "Because it has." Cormac's brow furrowed. Then, understanding flickered in his eyes. The old stories, the ones he had always told Liry as a child, the ones whispered over feasts and battles, the ones that warned of the otherworld. And now his son had lived them. Cormac's face darkened. "Then I have lost you." Liry stiffened. "No." But the king shook his head. "I know what happens to those who return from the mist." His hands tightened on the reins of his horse. "They do not stay." A silence stretched between them. Then the plea came. "Stay." Cormac dismounted in a swift, practiced motion. He strode forward, stopping just before Liry, his gaze heavy. "Forget what you saw beyond the veil," he murmured. "Forget the world you left behind." His voice softened. "I will give you my throne, my gold, my lands, all of it." His eyes, once hard, were uncharacteristically gentle. "You do not have to leave again." The warriors of Connaught watched in silence. Braden and the others said nothing, because this was Liry's choice alone. The air around him felt thinner now. the weight of two worlds pressing against him. He looked at his father, at the kingdom he had once wanted, the life he had once belonged to, a life he could still take back. Then he remembered the golden halls. He remembered Dara's hand in his. He remembered the feeling of something unfinished, something that could not be ignored. His chest rose and fell, slow, deliberate. Then, at last, he smiled. A small, knowing smile. And Cormac's face fell. Liry took a step back, toward the mist that still clung faintly to the edges of the field. "I will always be your son," he said softly. "But I will not always be of this world." Cormac inhaled sharply. "You are leaving." Liry nodded once. The king's hands curled into fists, but he did not argue. He only stared at his son, his expression unreadable, until, finally, he bowed his head. "Then go," he whispered. Liry did not speak. He only turned and walked into the mist once more. The mist swallowed them whole. Liry did not look back. He did not need to. The weight of the mortal world, the solidness of it, the weight of time pressing against his skin, vanished as soon as his boots touched the threshold between realms. The air turned lighter. The sound of the river faded. The scent of damp earth was replaced by something sweeter, older, untethered from the changing seasons. And when he breathed, it was as though he had never left. The warriors of Connaught followed, their footfalls silent against the silver-threaded grass. There was no hesitation now, no backward glances. They had already been claimed by the mist long ago, and now they had returned to it. The Otherworld did not celebrate their homecoming. It did not need to. It had always known. The halls of silver cloud shimmered in the distance, untouched by time, untouched by loss. Dara of the sun waited beneath the great tree of white blossoms, her golden hair drifting like silk in the wind that did not move. She did not speak when Liry emerged from the veil. She did not have to. She only lifted her hand. And Liry, Prince of Connaught, lost to time, lost to legend, took it. The mortal world never forgot the name Liry, son of Cormac. Bards sang of the prince who left and did not return, the warriors who vanished into the mist, the king who stood on the edge of two worlds, calling out to a son who no longer walked among men. There were whispers in the oldest parts of the land, in the deep forests where no axe had ever fallen, in the hills where the wind carried voices that did not belong to the living. Some swore that, on certain nights, when the mist rolled thick over the fields, the warriors of Connaught could be seen, riding just beyond sight, their eyes bright as stars, their laughter still carrying on the wind. And if a man was bold enough or foolish enough to step into the mist himself, he might hear a voice in the distance, a voice that did not belong to the world of men, a voice calling him forward, deeper, beyond the veil. And perhaps, if he followed, he too would never return. That is the end of tonight's story. I thank you for listening. For those of you still awake, I will continue to play sound effects to prevent auto-played videos waking people up. Good night.